everybody, and welcome to session 59 of Fathoms Below. I am, of course, your DM of Doom. Oops, all brands. And with me today, we have got all of my lovely cast. Let's see if I can remember all their frickin' handles for 2026. We've got Just Kyo. We have got Lawless Aries Cosplays. We have got Diamond Quality Cosplay. We've got Madness Diamond. And we've got... Fuck! And we'll get Silky. Shit! I was going so well. Oh, fuck. Remind me of your handle.
It's just my first and last name. It's Selkie Bluebell.
I fucking hate
It's also my Discord handle. It's my everything.
Well, folks, that was a wonderful stream. Have a great year. We'll see you 2027.
Bye.
Bye.
Sorry about that. Bran had to leave. I'm other Bran, and I don't make mistakes.
And I don't want you.
And we had...
Go.
And of course we have the wonderful, the lovely Selkie Bluebell. It's our first session back for 2026. We've actually been on a longer hiatus than the other sessions. Because, well, time just wasn't on our side. And we've been off since, like, late October?
Something like that, yeah.
Like that, yeah.
I am aware. It does still say level 8 in the decals of these images right over here. They're not, they're level 9. That needs to be changed. But I am going to get round to it. It'll be ready for next session. I just very honestly forgot that was a thing. It'll be ready for next session. But yes, it's been quite some time since we all got together and played. So, first off, it's nice to see you all back. Love all your faces, as per usual. Even though some of you changed your hair and didn't tell me. I know it's a wig, but still, a warning could have come right in handy.
I'm glad you noticed.
And it was the first thing I noticed. I was like, I need to turn my camera on. Then I was like, and it's nice to see a wow, diamond hair. Like, we did do a recap just before we went on onto our holiday break, but for the sake of the watching and returning people out here, guys, can we do maybe a bit more of a recap of kind of the last maybe 1 or 2 sessions, just to kind of let everybody kind of get back on to speed as to where we are? That would be very helpful. We can go from just before big old fight. And then we can kind of just move from there forward. Oh, whoa.
Hey, well...
Hello!
I don't know, something made noise, and I don't know why it made noise.
We've been raided by
it's raided! Oh my god!
Hello.
That's working now! Hello! We heard you!
Hello!
The noise worked!
Technology.
That noise has never fucking worked. I don't know what I did to fix it, but we fixed it. Hello guys. Hello Guild D&D Club. Hello, hi, welcome. We just got started. I just heard noise and panic thinking I'd left something open. Absolutely fantastic. Hi guys, lovely to see you all here. So yeah, if we can take a recap from just like, you know, maybe the last session and a half, just to kind of get everybody back to where we are right now. So we faced down against Taito and their kind of forcibly marched forces of Wreckborn and a handful of their natural followers and some elementals that they had summoned. You guys kind of led the main assault going up against the big ones and whatnot, with Echo deciding, well, I know what I'm going to do for breakfast, and I'm going to try and eat a god. Even managing to have successfully coaxed Kymoperious, one of the twin primordials of the storms, out of their hiding to face down their sibling. How did the fight go?
Depends who you ask.
You
I say
won.
terribly.
Did it?
For me, yes. Did you kill your own brother?
You were having a lot of emotional turmoil, but you can't deny the fight itself went well.
Yeah, that's fair.
You were just the unfortunate sacrifice.
That is fair. For any of those who have just joined the raid party, welcome. My character has yet to have a successful like story point not kick him in the dick emotionally.
Keeps kicking me in the dick. Why does he keep kicking me in the dick? Yes, we did have an emotional piece of combat that went down between Reaver and their ill-fated sibling in arms, the lovely Goliath named Grumble, who is now, well, significantly less
crumbled.
What else did we have going on in the combat?
In the combat specifically, Echo ended up with Kymoperious basically infusing Taito back into their celestial entity form. So they are basically now a giant orb of energy that, if we do nothing about it, it will reform in the next dawn as they're basically being like reborn, because you can't just kill a primordial. You have to do something about it.
There is very specific situations that involve the ending or the binding of a primordial, which I wonder if anybody in the party knows about those things. I wonder. But yes, the choice has been put to the party. You could very much let Taito come back. You could let Kymoperious absorb what's left and become a fully realized Primordial of the Storms, uncompeted, with no competition from their sibling, or you could choose a new Primordial to share the burden of the storms alongside Kymoperious. There's options available to you guys. After the combat was resolved, can we remember what happened afterwards?
A couple of us disappeared into a portal to have a conversation about what exactly to do, which we haven't resolved yet.
We haven't done that conversation yet, but that is what happened. Which left a few of the party with time to do other things. During that time...
And a man appeared.
A man appeared, which is always a problem.
Every single time.
Oh no, oh no, it's the worst thing it could be. What? A man.
A man.
A whole ass man. It's because we don't get bears underwater.
You do.
Hey!
They're just really, really small.
I think we do.
I mean, okay, fair. Not that kind of bear.
Hold on. You said that we don't get bears underwater, is that what I'm hearing?
I miss Gildas.
I was about to say it, and then Gildas just swaggers over like, who said you ain't got bears underwater?
I was gonna make a sea bear joke from SpongeBob.
Well, that's what I was talking about. They're
I miss
just really
Crocodaddy.
small. I think you'll find that saltwater Crocodaddy.
Pardon.
Let's be specific, okay? Size matters in the crocodilian world.
Yeah, Echo hasn't tasted him yet, so how does he know he's salty?
These are the questions.
These are grown-up questions for grown-up times.
We're past the watershed.
But yes, we did have Marisol and Melusine, who kind of swam a little bit after seeing something that was quite suspicious, and ran into somebody that our lovely Marisol was quite familiar with.
Well, have become familiar with in a flashback recently.
A flashback is all it takes sometimes when something is truly that abhorrent. But yes, we saw the Sicilian responsible for the downfall of, or can you really call them only a Sicalian now? They're kind of a bit of everything at this point. An amalgamation, certainly a reanimated amalgamation of certain things, making it quite indiscernible to what they actually were to begin with. But certainly one thing is true. They were definitely the one behind the atrocities that happened to Marisol's home. And the reason that Marisol started this campaign not speaking. And what did you guys choose to do when you seen it?
Run?
Well, one of you did. One tried to hit him with guiding bolts and shit.
Yeah.
One threw a whole load of spellfire at this guy while their hot butch girlfriend dragged them away, and their hot boyfriend yelled at them to not do anything stupid from inside a necklace.
Twink.
Is he a
Boyfriend.
twink though? Is he a twink?
He's a twink. He's a twink.
Okay, apparently Feather's a twink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a twink.
The guy's absolutely
Ken.
not. The guy's not skinny enough to be considered a twink, but okay, he's a twink.
He's missing half his chest.
And he's still built bigger than Reaver. That's an absolute. Well, wait, hold on. That's not technically false. Reaver's all bones.
Not all bones, but
Okay, skin and bones.
There's no skin.
no.
Okay,
It's
Jesus
shipwreck.
Christ, I'm just trying to make it. Oh,
We could give Reaver skin. I
Totally.
could give
God.
Reaver skin. I could
let's
start
not
stapling skin.
give Reaver skin. No, that's giving me serious flayed ones from the
Yes!
Necrons vibes, and that's not what I need right now.
Here's what I
I'm
need.
Flaying my enemies. Got
Just
it.
a
Okay.
flayed Necron holding up a face and going, "Am I a pretty boy, Papa?"
Understand that reference?
I think that's what I need.
Okay, I'll be sure to do that at least once for you, Silky.
Thank you.
When they got back, they reported what they'd seen, and a group of guards went out to deal with it.
Yes.
And they were met with a giant undead bobbit worm. For those that don't know what a bobbit worm is, I will allow you to do your own research. I will just advise you not to do it while sitting on the toilet.
Recommend just keeping yourself blissfully ignorant.
Some of those powerful jaws in the ocean. On the weirdest looking fucking face. But outside of that, we also had an ask from Moradon to Melisande to keep a distraction because Moradon had to do something. And as seems to be the running pattern when it comes to the Glimmertide parents, he couldn't tell Melisande what he had to do. Just that.
Is he even a parent at this point? Is he even a parent?
He's look, the man is trying, okay? But he's got, you know, like you guys are like, it's okay, it's your trauma. When it comes to NPCs, no, fuck you, you have no excuse. That man is
Except for Malith. He's a sweet boy who's done nothing wrong.
Oh yeah,
And has never
Malith's
hit
allowed
something
trauma.
successfully in his life.
I adopted that one.
That boy has never done anything with an ounce of success, ever.
That's my boy failure. My boy failure.
Amongst all these things, while this is all ongoing, after the conversation happened, that is still to happen, Reaver had a brief moment of also scouring the battlefield alongside Luce, while they looked for anything that could be of use, any clues, anything that could tell them anything about what's currently going on in the Nine Bodies. And Reaver was given a choice.
Yeah.
Reaver was once again visited by the Bloody Pharaoh, the Lord of Slaughter, the ruler of flayed men. See, I told you I'd give you flayed men at one point.
I'm gonna steal the title. Anyway.
And Reaver,
kind of the
what was the
point.
choice that was made?
I'm picking Oath of Slaughter for the simple
Yes.
argument on the stipulation that none of the other party members are to be harmed. And as long as I slaughter, he does not care.
As the Lord of Slaughter did say, to paraphrase a very famous fellow god of blood and slaughter, I do not care from whence the blood flows, only that it does vigorously. And so we have somebody devoted to the Oath of Slaughter, to carry on the tenets of slaughter. And as a reminder for what those tenets of slaughter are, violence is the end, not the means. Break the body to break the spirit, and revel in bloodshed, whether friend or foe. Have fun with that one, guys.
We've ended up switching
Yay.
places.
Yep.
At the end of this, from the starting points of these sessions, we've had a couple of switches in subclasses. Marisol was now fully flown back to being Grave Domain Cleric, or Death Domain. Is it Grave or Death?
Death.
Death Domain. They're so similar. We've got Echo, who's now moving towards, or has fully moved into, I believe, Circle of Scales or Circle of Dragons, one of those that it's
Circle
called.
of Dragons.
Circle of Dragons, that's it. And as has been mentioned, we have Reaver now taking up the Oath of Slaughter. Quite a few very drastic changes in characters here. And as was mentioned, Echo and Reaver almost fully switching positions. We ended with Reaver being given an artifact of pretty intense and severe power, known as the Slaughterer's Chalice. A chalice that when blood is placed into it and drank from, the blood that was placed into it, that creature, you now know their location as long as they're on the same plane of existence as you. Not only that, you can cast Scry on them once a day without expenditure of a spell slot or components. And they were also told that this would unlock more traits as they move forward. We are going to take a very brief hop back, roughly about an hour and a half back in time, to the end of that battle where Kymoperious has invited Reaver, Echo, and Architeuthis to speak. Sorry, Reaver, what's up?
So to save yourself, you actually already helped with this issue. We basically had the mini conversation. We're then told to leave and then come back, so we don't have to do the time skip back.
Still have to do it for Echo to have their conversation.
Oh, right, okay.
They're
sorry.
having the one-on-one conversation.
Yep.
Then it would
You're
go
good,
to
my bad.
him bringing you all into the side. Because yes, you are correct. We did do the. Can we solve them outside of it so we're not going hop back, hop forward, hop back, hop forward? You are very correct, we did do that. So, we are going to Echo and Kymoperious going into that very, very small demi-plane-like area of existence where Kymoperious' entire form fits. As a recap of what has happened, Kymoperious and Taito, two gargantuan-sized creatures trading blows. They were not in their humanoid appearances during the combat. They went full-sized. They were dealing blows that could, shatter cliff outcrops and such. This was truly kaiju-esque sized blows being dealt here. So Kymoperious has, entire swathes of scales missing from his side and such. A truly Titanic-sized draconic creature. You are talking, football field size patches of scales ripped away from his skin. Nonetheless, he does seem to be not lethally or dangerously wounded, but there are certainly some wounds that will put him on rest for a small amount of time. But he settles back into this large space, coils up his gargantuan body, and just with a very audible click, very, very dull because it travels through water, opens his eye to look to you, Echo. Now, as a reminder of like trading information and such, Kymoperious has already said that as one of the few Betans who exist outside of the saved village where they currently live, you're one of the few who can actively make a physical difference in Kymoperious' name, essentially taking a position similar to what Marisol is at this moment in time for Tsahalu, the primordial of the Salt Veil, the primordial of the passage between life and death. He has said that he is willing to take on this burden to become the true, uncontested primordial of storms. But another option available is that someone not bound by the same territorial restrictions that he has to keep could also take this on. But that eventually it would stop you being a quote-unquote mortal. Eventually you would ascend to a higher being. You would not be able to stay among the mortals, so to speak. There's this long kind of like silence as everything that's been said, everything that's been discussed, everything that's been put out there hangs over. Before there's this deep thrum that comes from his chest, that kind of like, for us it would be like the kind of of thought, but for him it's less of a sound and more of like a deep concussive thrumming. Before he speaks to you, and he says, before a decision comes to be made, there are many things that must be taken into consideration by any who would seek to take upon this burden. For while it will give power, it will be a burden. It will limit you in some ways and unburden you in many other places, but you will have constrictions placed upon you eventually that you cannot flee from. Between you, this essence of a primordial flows, coalesced into this almost like crystal ball sized pearl that clicks and vibrates and crackles with power. First things first, Echo, can you give me an Arcana check, please?
Oh boy.
I know, right? First roll back and I'm asking for Arcana. What kind of asshole am I?
Yeah, how dare you?
I know, right? What a dick move.
Dirty 20.
Apparently I'm that much of a dick. With an Arcana check, while you may not be able to understand every facet and aspect of what this thing is, what you can certainly get from it right now is that it is intensely powerful. The kind of thing that were you still back in the dead trenches and you came across something that felt like this, your immediate instinct would be turn, run, live another day. This feels exactly like that. It is. While Kymoperious' aura is that of, you know, the intensity and capability of the power of the storm, Taito's was the constantly moving, roiling surge of underwater tempestuous storms. This is a very violent type of power. This is less about having the power and using it when it's needed, and more about just knowing where to point. There's no holding it back. This is the difference between being the Hulk and being Juggernaut. This is the difference between being the immovable object or being the unstoppable force. Before I ask if Echo has anything they wish to talk with Kymoperious about, if that can still be remembered, I'd like to know what's going through Echo's mind from what they've learned about the possibilities of and the potential consequences of what could happen with this choice.
There is so much that they've been mulling over. Because within the past couple of weeks, their whole life has just gone whoop, and done an entire 180, pretty much. And especially in most recent times, they've gone from being very out for themselves to, oh shit, we have an actual purpose out here to fulfill, which includes guardianship, which is something that they never... and so something that is crossing their mind really for not the first time, but close to the first time, is how is this going to impact more than us? Because they now have to think about the team they've been traveling with. They have to think about Kymoperious. They have to think about the entire civilization that's waiting on them to know when it's safe to come out into existence again. They have people who aren't even there with them at this point in time that they now give a flying fuck about, which is also strange. It's never been a thing for them where someone beyond their direct yes has mattered.
What? Caring about people? What the fuck is that?
It's fucking weird. And it's tiresome, and it takes too much energy, and frankly, they should just go eat somebody. But I digress. So honestly, I think with everything, they're overwhelmed.
Okay.
Very confused. And they want to eat the orb, but they know they can't eat the orb. Because if they eat the orb, that's a decision.
It's definitely a decision. Please don't eat the orb.
If they eat the orb, they go... I understand. They understand logically what that decision is. It is a decision.
You have two choices: be primordial or not. Ow! Okay, so there was a third choice.
You found the third option. Okay. And so yeah, I think that's where they're coming from, and all that. And so they've also never really they're not the biggest fan of deities or primordials.
They've actually had an almost consecutively bad experience with primordials and gods.
Yep. But unfortunately for everyone else involved, they've been very vindicated with Taito, because Taito is now a ball of energy in front of them. And that's going to be everyone's problem eventually. But they're also now in sworn service to a primordial. And that's the only other primordial in the room, outside of the ball of... Yeah. And so at this point, they're gonna look in Kymoperious' general direction and kind of look back towards the orb. This would give you a lot of power. Power you don't already have, even with being primordial as you are. Which is still weird to me since it's more of a concept. Would it change you? Because the way Taito was, we would try to kill him again, and again, and again.
Give me an insight check.
They are asking Kymoperious.
Yeah, I just want to get an insight check. They're going to answer. I just want to get an insight check to see if you can get anything else from it.
Gotcha.
Ouch, that hurt.
Fuck you. Oh, I forgot I'm good at insight.
I don't think you'll need to be very good for this role.
Well, so I have advantage on my insight checks, and I got 2 23s. So I guess it's 23.
You don't remember you holding people's hands to be the walking lie detector?
It has been months!
That's fair. It's just that and you dancing with the anemones are the 2 echo memories locked in my brain. Just
out of everything.
lie to me, bitch. I'm ready. Lie to me.
With Kymoperious rolling in that one, there's no concealment of Kymoperious's thoughts and emotions on this. There's definitely an air of uncertainty about him. He turns his eye to look at the orb and then says, "My brother was not always the way that you saw. He was not always wrathful and vengeful. He was once caring. There was still a brutality and raw power, but it had a purpose. It wasn't just his tool to ensure his followers' obedience." Did he change because of the power, or did he change because of the adoration? I do not know. All I can tell you is that I don't seek more than what I already have.
Not now. But power is a slippery slope.
All I can say for certainty is that to take this would mean I can rise from the deeps. I would be unconstricted in where storms may roam. I would be able to travel the 9 bodies freely.
There is more of an illusion of choice here than there is an actual choice, from what we can tell. On one hand, we could take it up. Sure. But that power wouldn't be enough. If there's anything we've learned going through all of this, watching everyone else, seeing the lengths people will go to, is that it won't ever be enough. Won't be enough for us. Because there is no end. We get that power, and then we're still on par with some other entities. And we need more. And we need more, and we need more. And it would never end. And then eventually whatever was remaining of us would be gone. What little there still is. So in that regard, the only one who would be able to handle that power without being driven entirely mad with it, as far as we can tell, would be another Primordial. The problem being, would it drive you mad?
There are other things to consider, especially for you. Whoever takes up this mantle will eventually be beyond the confines of mortality. But that will mean they cannot exist where mortals exist. They cannot exist permanently on the mortal plane. Should this world ever be made suitable for your people to return, you would not be able to join them.
I wouldn't be able to join them as it is. That would not change. Though, I do understand what you're saying, and it is something to consider. It's not for that reason, but for the sake of those same people that, as much as I want the power that it offers, and I want it bad, I want to take the thing that tried to torment us. I want to take the power that those who created me could never create on their own. And it's exactly that reason that I can't. Which is absolute garbage. You're probably the best option, but what if... Is there a contingency plan? If it does start to corrupt you? Is there anything that can be done short of what we did with Taito?
There is, but this is something I would discuss with all of you.
Okay. If you take the power, with our new connection to you, would that change?
No. If anything, it would open me up to being able to give you more power when you are ready for it.
And you would still keep them safe where they are.
The moment I do not think myself capable of keeping them safe will be the moment I alert you and your kin.
Okay. This is the first time we will have ever said no to something that will make us more powerful. We don't like it. We would like to leave. This is vastly uncomfortable. We need to go before we actively change our mind.
Very well. Let us go and find your comrades. There is much still to be discussed.
Yeah, just keep that away from me.
That bubble will open again, allowing you to leave back out to where you are. At this point, Reaver has had his... has seen what he saw. The bobbit worm has had its turtle lunch. Luce and Marisol were rightly traumatized, and Architeuthis is still safe in the belief that, hey, nobody finding out I did shit now, yay!
Reaver also has a harpoon gun.
Yes, Reaver does have a harpoon gun, which is terrifying.
Don't worry about it.
It was too big for me!
Don't worry about it. Ain't nothing but a thing. It ain't nothing but a thing. It's just a situation. It's just a situation.
We're a Joyzy version of Reaver up there.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh no.
A New Jersey version of Reaver. Hey, it's just you know, like following the slaughter. It ain't no big thing. Ain't no big thing. Just a little bit of bloodshed here, a little bit of cutting here. Like, you know, it's good. It's all good. A little bit of cutting's good for the soul, you know.
I now know my backup character.
This is like the moment I found out that centaurs don't have to be horses and went, I could be a moose centaur. Yeah. I could be a Canadian centaur barbarian who, instead of raging, could get a little bit miffed. Well, you're starting to really miff me off there, buddy, eh?
Correct. The human portion is like not like sized up for the moose, so it's like really tiny and
it's like my torso in size on a moose body.
You didn't do torso day.
It's so unproportionate. Or you do it the exact opposite way, where the moose body is proportionate to me, but my torso is proportionate to a real moose. So it's just a real top-heavy moose centaur.
That's just Radon and Elden Ring. Poor Leonard.
Aww.
Poor Leonard. Silky went red. I don't know what to do. So to the rest of you guys. Echo and Kymoperious emerge from this portal, back onto the battlefield. There is certainly a look around Kymoperious as he comes out, snaking this body out and merging down into his humanoid form. Which, again, to remind you guys, looks very similar to a standard sea elf. Like hair instead of tendrils, pale blue skin rather than dark skin. But more of like a scale pattern along his arms rather than like bioluminescence and such. Not quite as grandiose as his brother's humanoid form, which had all kinds of extra bits and bobs attached to it. This one is fairly plain. The one thing that makes him still stand out is that he's roughly 10 feet tall. Listen, you can only shrink down so much. Like, you know, any more than that, he's going to get severe bone trauma. You guys have seen Ant-Man, right? Like, it's that.
Yeah.
With this being the case, with him shrinking down, you guys can all now very visibly see that he has shrank down to size. Is there anything anybody would like to do before we go to the conversation? Is there any last minute things people want to touch on?
I would like to do a check.
By all means, what check
Not
are
my
you
roll
looking
check.
to do?
So I remember, I don't know if Marisol was involved in this, but I know Luce saw the blood tear and wanted to go talk to Reaver. I want to check if you still want to do that down before we, like...
That's something that
the
wants to be
heinous
done. We
crimes.
can definitely do it.
We can figure out if you're gonna become a god first, then do that.
Okay. Alright. Well, there goes my moral compass. Anyway, yeah, I'm good.
Why am I your moral compass? This is a
You'll see
bad
in the next
idea.
half hour.
I have an intelligence of 11.
The only person here who should be a moral compass is Marisol.
Marisol, I feel, is following my path too.
The only person. And I'm using this term so loosely.
Malith?
No.
Malith can't lead himself out of a box.
Exactly.
Malith does not have more of a moral compass than Marisol.
But he's pretty. Like Marisol.
And so is Marisol.
Exactly.
Go follow the pretty ones.
Yes. Now you
I'm not even
understand
gonna
Luce as a character.
Can they hit hard? Are they pretty? Right. And that's loose.
Mine.
God time.
Okay, so Luce is saying this can be dealt with later. We go and settle the big thing first. Marisol, are you also on that boat?
Yes.
Okay. Reaver, also under duress. And Architeuthis, what about yourself?
I am preoccupied. My mind is entirely on this primordial orb. And
Just floating ominously around this guy's head.
I want that shit gone. I'm ready to hop into this, yeah.
Okay, then we go into the conversation, which will, I believe, your first major decision on something that could very really affect in cataclysmic ways the future of the Nine Bodies. To put in a brief recap what we understand what this will be. Number one, you will not gain full access to a Primordial's power straight off the bat. This will be treated kind of like a quote-unquote vestige of Divergent style item. It will start with a kind of like dormant thing, and then as you complete certain things it will level up and grow in power. Eventually getting to a point where at a suitable story point moment your character will become an NPC. They will become a primordial. They will no longer be a playable character. Okay? That's above table. Outside of that, I can't give away information on what it will do yet because nobody's taken yet, but for the sake of an understanding of what it will do, you will increase in power fairly steadily. You will gain access to certain abilities that can be used due to this being inside you. It will act kind of like an item activation. And it will also grant you certain bonuses with certain factions. None of these things that it gives you are things that you cannot get in any other way, shape or form. So it's not like this is the only way you could ever be friends with a particular faction. There's a multitude of ways you can fall in with each in every group. This would just be a quick way in. That's what it would do for anybody that takes it, and what it would do for a mortal. For Kymoperious to take this, it would mean that his influence is now outside of the Black Ocean. He's no longer just the god of the deep storms. He would be the primordial entity of storms, all-inclusive. Which means a very, very powerful primordial ally no matter where you go in these Nine Bodies. An influence that can always be tapped into in some way, shape or form. But it would also mean trusting what has been for a long time the weakest of the Primordials with power to put him, maybe not the most powerful, but definitely in the heavy hitters. We're talking the difference between standard Thor and Odin Force Thor. We're talking the difference between Superman, who's just kind of there and flies about, and Superman that went to the sun for a vacation and napped for a year.
As a former religious scholar, what is my understanding of the purpose that Primordials serve in the grand scheme of things?
Very good question. What you can do for that is there's three roles. Three roles you could make on that, and depending on the roles, you would get different information. Or if you meet a certain number, I would give you all aspects of information. You can choose Arcana, History, or Religion.
Let's see.
Oh, my back.
Gonna go for an Arcana check here.
Okay. Roll Arcana.
That's a 22.
On a 22, the origins of this world are very much known by anybody who has studied the magic of this world. Once upon a time, a long, long time ago, a bunch of Fae decided they didn't like the Feywild. It was too chaotic. So they decided to make their own plane in the mortal plane. Their own world in the mortal plane of existence. However, to do that, they needed power to focus their imagery. So they partnered up with 5 dragons, or 5 great worms to be specific. They were the kind of battery and the power and all that jazz, while the Archfey kind of made the image of it. They put essentially a carbon copy of the Feywilds into the material plane, and then it was subject to the laws of physics. So floating islands crashed into the sea, tectonic plates ripped apart, the whole shebang, all that jazz. It made the world of Tuma. The Primordials exist because any idea, given enough sheer imagination behind what causes it, will sprout something. This is where the Primordials came from. The Primordials were the first time that any denizen of the oceans tried to explain why those deep, rumbling, thunderous sounds crashed through their little tiny seaweed village to their child. And it was explained that it was a large, it's like the storm rays that we see sometimes around about our home. It's just one of them, but really, really big. Or why in the depth of the darkness can you sometimes see peals of lightning or peals of flashing light far in the distance? Oh, it's because at the bottom of it there's this great primordial entity who roars to create lightning to fend off demons in the dark and blah blah. They spawn from what people need. Primordials are there to put a face on something. They're not like gods where gods come into it to have a purpose. Primordials are just a face that was painted on a thing. They serve no real quote-unquote purpose other than to be the reason things happen. The comparison is like, in Greek mythology, or the standard tales as we're told, the fates cut a string and then you die. But then you have Thanatos, who, while is considered a god of death, is truly a primordial being. He is not a god of death, he is death. He is the thing, he is the reason you drop dead. They kind of work in tandem like that. There are multiple gods of death that do the thing that makes their particular believers die. Sahalu, beneath the waves, is death. They are the point where you cross the veil. So the Primordials are more like as I've said a few times now, they're the face that's put on the thing to make it not just be a big mysterious blob. Unless you're Tsahalu, then you are a big mysterious blob, but that's your whole shtick. Sea slugs, man, they're weird. What can I say? There's a type of jellyfish that looks like a blanket. I don't know what to tell you. It's fucking weird. The deeper you get in the ocean, the more fucked up shit gets. And that's why I don't like going in the ocean. As soon as I saw there was a squid that had big long tentacles that drag along the ground, I was like, ew, that's terrifying. When I found out that thing is nearly 80 feet long, I was like, huh, that's fucking horrific. I'm not going in there. Yeah, so that's that. But yeah, to say they serve a purpose is not really specific. They are just a thing that was created because there needed to be a thing to explain a thing. But that's what you get from the Arcana side of things.
Sounds good.
Anything that anybody else wants to double check before we move forward, or are we going into the combat? Okay, awesome. Fantastic. So excited. As you all come together, floating in this little innocuous like wee group, Kymoperious is going to look you all over and then say, before we have this conversation, I want to thank you all for putting your lives on the line for these people. I know it is difficult to see eye to eye with the majority of them. Looking at Luce as they say this, in direct reference to, I know your cousin's a dick, and so is your uncle. But they're still kind of my guys, so I still kind of want them to be okay. I wish I could repay what you've given more than what I can. And potentially at the end of this conversation I may be able to. But there comes a decision that must be made about, and he will gesture to the orb that at one point was his brother. He'll say, this is the essence of a primordial being. This is what we are in a physical form. We find ourselves in a rare moment where a primordial's physical form has been destroyed. You cannot truly kill a primordial, and the only ones who really stand a chance of destroying their physical form is another primordial, which is why we do not generally venture into each other's territories. But there now comes a decision that must be made with this. By next dawn, my brother will have reconstructed himself. He will be as much of a threat as he was before you arrived.
Can your brother hear us now in this essence form?
Hear and understand are heavily debated. The safest way to explain it would be he can perceive us.
Could you destroy him?
Can you destroy a storm? Can you destroy the reason that cliffs fall? Can you destroy a force of nature? No, this can't be destroyed. It can be contained, it can be upheld, or it can be absorbed. Only two of those options lie available to us right now. A primordial can be contained within their physical form. We do not have that luxury.
And what if we did
that
have such a luxury?
That would involve his physical form coming back and then us defeating him again. He will not be so egotistical to assume that we are weak a second time. he will come at us with everything he has. He will not try to toy with you.
Can we shatter him?
Again, no more so than you can shatter any other roiling force of nature.
Let me be clearer. Sorry, I am not talking about the Primordial. I am talking about your brother. Can we shatter him into pieces? Because an hour ago I would have happily swallowed his power whole. And now I have new purpose. My proposal is we take the essence of your brother and split him among us. So that on our death, then we have a problem. As I will quote an unknown benefactor. The reason your brother is like this is because he and I crossed paths. Nothing more. There can't be both.
What in the ever-loving fuck are you talking about?
I'm going to pull out the chalice from out of my, like, I'm assuming it was put in my chest.
Yeah, you put it inside your chest.
Cool. I will pull out this and go, I now have this. I'm...
Okay. Didn't see that one coming.
Hence why I was like, hey, could I get my moral compasses? Nope. Shit, here we go.
Give me a second.
Trying to resist not using the brain cell and just doing the dumb thing, but I'm not gonna do the dumb thing. This is funny.
Marisol's just like this.
It was like I was gone for like 10 minutes. I was gone for like 10 minutes.
Guys,
Exactly,
I went for a swim for 10 minutes. 10 minutes, guys.
10
and I
minutes.
come back, and now everybody's trying to die.
And you're the reason for Taito? The fuck do you mean?
Just purpose. That's it.
God, I don't know what that cup he has, but I know it's going to suck.
You could have pulled out anything from your chest, and I would have immediately had bad feelings. A teddy bear, that's evil. Okay.
This is Mr. Stuffles.
Okie dokie. Just in case I need that. I'm just gonna leave that there. Awesome. And then in the second book, just in case I need that.
I'm just waiting for the Akira brain flash moment when I talk too much about this, and he's like, no, shush.
And just in case I need that. Continue.
Cool. So I will pull out the chalice, which to my memory is the base is like part of the rib cage, then it's the spinal column, and then the top is like the skull.
The base is just the connecting point of your upper ribs splayed out to create like a standing base. Mm-hmm. The bottom part is two forearms bound like this.
Mm-hmm.
And then they are holding the bottom part of a skull, which has been, cut and then, flipped upside down and cut down to form like a very shallow basin where you would pour blood and then drink from. But it's entirely made of bone and sinew.
Cool.
What sort of us type shit did you just pull out of your chest?
Reaver, where did you get that? And what the fuck does it do?
Who is that?
I'll do you one better. Why is that?
I don't know who it is. Fuck why it is. Who are you holding as a cup?
That doesn't matter. What matters is, he gave it to me, gave me the express information that Taito and I cannot exist. There can only be one.
Like, specifically Taito, or like the primordial of the storm?
Taito, to my
Okay, so just specifically Taito. Alright.
Oh, so then
Is
it's
he-
fine.
Is he
What's
like your
going
secret
on?
grandfather? Or something? Like...
No, he just wants destruction as much as I want revenge, and those ideals clash.
They don't.
Lucy's generational trauma showed. Hold on, someone's been mean to you. Are they related?
Yeah.
You did
I
this
love
to
Luke's
me!
automatically going, family? Family.
You did this to me, so...
You guys discovered the theme of this campaign. It's the opposite
trauma?
of the Fast and Furious. I don't got enemies, I got family.
Or it's an episode of fucking Jerry Springer. Either way.
Jerry. Marisol just gonna sort of take a moment,
Timing
just
could
be like,
not have been more perfect there. Jerry.
Just okay. We do need to solve the problem of Taito and you can't exist. Who gave you the cup made of bone? And this
Desmond.
very ominous who?
I am explaining as best I can. I have made an oath to keep you all alive.
Not again.
And in part, the information shared to me is that Taito and I are opposing for this oath. So Taito has to die for you to live.
Is the person you made the oath with any more stable than Taito was?
No.
It's Reaver. Of course it's not.
What a fucking question, by the way. Fuck. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry about that. That was just a real fucking good question.
Yeah,
That was a real
Yeah.
wow. Fucking well. Do you know what? Take a D10 of inspiration for that shit. That made
Yes.
me go wow. Yeah, well done. Sorry, I'm gonna mute because. Fuck. Oh, that's such a.
Reaver. I've known you for less than a full year of my goddamn life. Why do you keep making oaths? I thought we agreed that oaths are bad.
because you all die otherwise.
We could all die anyway.
Death is just imminent. Like, that just happens. It's not
We're
permanent.
already dead.
We're all going to die eventually.
You're walking fucking proof it's not permanent.
Yeah, you're already dead. We're already dead. That one's kind of outside of death. There's a lich in there.
I have gone through many things in which I absolutely should have died, and I have not. None of them by making an oath with any creature that I had to trade. Have you considered simply fighting with us to keep us alive instead of promising your soul, blood, body,
No.
whatever is left of you?
That's actually a great question. What did you promise in return?
That I would do what it once fulfilled.
Yes.
Wanton
What does it-
slaughter.
Alright. Now, is this like a generalized slaughter? Or is this like a purposeful slaughter? Is this like
So
a...
long as blood flows by my hand, it does not care.
So you could kill us all.
I could, if I hadn't stipulated that as long as I kill for them, you are all not to be harmed by
By
my
them.
hand or others.
Or others. Interesting. So you think that as we move forward, that our fights are gonna be, what, non-existent now?
No.
Then how do you expect them to hold up their side of the bargain?
Because I died 1,000 times in a minute and couldn't get close to them. I have lost everything again and again, and I am grasping at straws. I am trying to help your grandfather, entity, creator, pointing at Kymoperious, not kill their brother like I just killed mine. I'm trying to let you all still have a home. I know I am flawed. I know all I'm good for is death and murder, it seems, in this body, because I don't know any better. Every mistake I have made keeps coming back to haunt me, so I try and try. I get it. Here
Because
is the
you let
latest
it.
one.
You decided that all you're good for is death and destruction. You did that. You made the choice for us about whether or not we wanted to be defended. You made that choice. Desmond didn't. You did. There comes a point where you have to accept your actions and your choices are your own. We had a lot of stuff done to us, but a lot of the killing we do, a lot of the stuff we've done in these past years, those are our decisions. We became one of the most feared things in the Black Ocean because we chose to. And you chose to stay with this group. You chose to stay with all of them. You chose to change your view on Taito. That was your choice. Everything you do is your choice. Does it seem like there's a choice all the time? No, of fucking course not.
That is not my argument. I agree these are the choices I've made, without your opinions. I'm just giving you the answer you asked. I am tired of killing people I care about. This seemed like the right answer. I could have hidden this, but I'm telling you now this.
But that's all you're gonna do. I'm going to tell you this as someone who has killed a lot of people close to them. You didn't even remember a lot of it. You will never stop hurting people close to you. Ever. But what you've just done, unless you can get out of it, is you have confined yourself to the people in this group for eternity. And the people in this group are going to grow old, and they are going to die. You cannot base your choices in your life around other people. Also, fuck you for thinking we couldn't hold our own against Desmond. Ye have such little faith. Have we not spent our entire existence getting more and more powerful specifically for the purpose of destroying shitbags like that? We have the literal essence of a primordial over here now. The reason Desmond is trying to claw his way to you is because he's fucking scared. Because if he wasn't, why would he try to get you on his side? What does he stand to gain if he's already infinitely powerful and has everything?
As far as I know, he doesn't care on that part. He just wants slaughter.
And he can have that on his own. So why does he need you? Why would he care enough to make a pact with you to keep us safe, to let people not have their blood spilled? Why would he fixate on you for years? He wants you to think he's all powerful. That's what we do. We get in your head. We make you think there is nothing you can do to stand against any of us, and you fell for it. But you don't have to. I I'm now going to let everyone else chew you out because I know they're all going to. Loose! And Echo's gonna go back to Kymoperious.
Reaver, what do you need? Not what you want. What do you need right now? A way out? A solution? Me to hit you upside the dome? And ring you like a bell? I mean, what do you need?
Reason.
Alright. 4.
I'm just gonna look at like the hand of like that is Grumble and like the bones part. Like, all I know is Echo's right, and I don't think that was a bad thing, being confined to you all. But in my fear, or whatever you want to call it, I have one brother left. And I'm gonna look at like your neck. I'm gonna have to look at your chest, because that's where Feather is. And I've got you guys. Points at Marisol. I don't know how to help with your home life, but you have Loose. You have Feather.
Yes,
Looks at
but I
Liz.
didn't when we started here.
I know.
I know you've lost a lot, but you can always find more. And finding more does not mean promising yourself to deities that promise to fix the things that are so outside of everyone's control.
Eh? I mean... But, alright. So... You are not trying to vie for the orb formerly known as Tado, correct?
I wanted to. Now I take it. I feel like the deal is broken and it's free reign on you all. And I don't want your little homes destroyed.
Right.
That was part of the threats, Echo.
Right.
I know. He's like, man.
All right.
Echo's like looking at him like, wrong person, dude. Wrong person.
And then Kymoperious is going to speak. He's going to say, I believe I understand what you're asking now. As long as Taito's physical form does not recuperate, as long as something else takes on this stance, my brother will cease to be.
I'm gonna just... clarity. I'm too stupid to take on the power of Taito. That's just a bad time. Absolutely not. I don't even understand how magic works. Why the fuck I'm here. I know you like my family and all, but no. But since you do like my family, I'm gonna just reiterate my point of Adelan. Because he's a Rekborn, and if Reaver could have taken it, Adelan could take it, right? And that would solve my problems. Temporarily. And I think you're big enough and you could probably swim real fast. And could probably just fix that right in him.
What if one knew a way in which they could bind that power?
And one waited until now to say so?
Again, there is a way for him to be bound, as has been done before. But it would require waiting until his physical form recuperates. And as I said, his ego would not be able to save him this time. He would come at you with everything he has.
So for clarity, this is referencing the scroll that
Yes, so the scroll requires them to be in their physical form. So
I see.
You would have to wait until dawn, Taito comes back, more than likely a little bit pissed off, and would be another combat to get him to a point where he is vulnerable enough that you could do what has to be done to him.
Okay. We destroyed him once.
Barely.
And when he did not
That was
expect
fine.
me to be there. His ego played a big part in his downfall. He will not have that to save him this time.
What feels right to you, Kymoperious? Chaining your brother up, or you killing him?
Part of me would like to hope that the brother I knew is still there. But I have to understand that while I have eons to wait for that brother to come back, you and the rest of mortal kind does not. And if you say that you and him were both vying for the attention from this, and he looks at the chalice, and there's this visible flash through his eyes of disgust. As a matter of fact, Reaver, give me an insight check.
Oh, I wouldn't necessarily. When he says vying, I'd be like, I'm not vying for it.
Okay.
And I 17 on the dice. Insight is flat, so 17.
17. On a 17. Oh, thank you for the follow. On a 17, there is disgust, but there's not really it's not really disgust in the form of I know what that is, that's horrible. It's more of I don't know why, but I'm disgusted. So giving a sense that for all the power that Primordials have, Kymoperious does not know what this item is. Maybe there's a difference between gods and deities and cosmic beings who exist in different different quote-unquote biomes, worlds, whatever, or maybe they're just so far distant from each other they've never met. You have no idea, but it's very clear from the look, even though he is disgusted by it, he seems more disgusted by the aura of it. He does not know what it is. But from what I feel from this idol you hold, if that is what my brother was seeking, then more of my brother was lost than I thought. I see very little choice in the matter. Somebody else must step into his mantle.
How much do
It's
you...
a better.
I don't know. How much do you like my idiot uncle, who's kind of a dick?
We should not give him that much power.
Listen,
He
I'm
can
just...
barely handle the power he has.
Okay, hear me out. You're an all-powerful figure that has been vaguely woven in mystery, and you got a whole temple that you got to know the secret passwords to get into. So you're kind of a big deal to these people. Is there anybody within those walls who you can trust without a doubt has the best interest of you in mind? Because their worship to you is sacred and their entire personality,
But
in the good way.
to give it to someone who is purely devoted to me, what would be the difference in handing it to me?
Because then you don't have to take on all of it. Also, I imagine possibly, maybe you don't get turned instantly into like a dragon thing after you swallow down the orb. And so maybe you can then, I don't know, keep an eye on them.
The forms we choose are our own. In fact, if anything, you would no longer have a form. You become an idea.
Does whoever claims this gain the appetite for destruction your brother had?
I cannot be sure on that. I have never, despite sharing a similar vein of power to my brother, I've never sought destruction. I do not know if my brother's change comes from his dalliance with whatever entity you find yourself in bed with, or because the power he wielded just came upon him. I know of the rest of my siblings, and I know of their power and their appetites, but they were always such.
As a matter of principle, I don't trust anyone to be granted this much power. But I've spent my life studying the gods and various primordials. I've spent my life reading of their follies, reading of the ill intent of some of their followers. It may be that I be suited to not follow down those same paths.
Are you suggesting you take the power?
That I am.
You are human. Well, mortal.
As are all of us.
It's a human.
As is anyone else who
Who
could
knows?
pick this up.
I will hear all the arguments as I'm going to look at Echo and then Marisol and Lewis of own hypocrisy in a moment. But you cannot take this power because you too have told me you've made a pact with an entity. If I am as stupid as you are, we cannot do it. The only option, in my opinion, is Kymoperious eats his brother.
This would
Reaver.
place me in a position of power comparable to the highest of my siblings. It would mean that I am no longer constrained to the Black Ocean. It would mean that my eminence spreads throughout all the 9 bodies, but this would also mean that you risk the potential of this power being what caused my brother to be the way he was. I cannot say that I know for a fact that it was this power that corrupted him or not. All I can tell you is at this moment in time I seek nothing but the betterment of the 9 bodies. But should I take this up, then before I do, I wish to share with you all how I would have to be bound and constrained should I become what he was.
Hold on one moment. If everyone could get in closer, I am not a very large creature.
Right
That was-
now.
And I'm not a very large creature. The biggest I can now go to is medium, I think. Dragon.
No more magic
Yeah,
echo
no.
bus.
No, Echo's small.
You can deny it no longer.
I am small. I love how they said, can everybody get in closer, and every single person without fail scooched their seat forward.
It was wonderful. Echo is going to go, okay. Everyone find a point on the vessel. And we're gonna lie detector for everyone involved. Safest method. And Echo's going to place their hands on Kymoperious. And it's essentially going to be the whole, cool, if none of us can lie without any of us knowing, we're fine, in theory. And if everyone does it, they'll be like, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll hop in.
I'm gonna hold Reaver's other hand while he's touching Echo.
Inside the necklace. Inside
What do you
the
want me to do about?
necklace.
Hold on. What do you want me to do about the chalice then?
You have to put the chalice away.
Okay, back to the chest.
Or put it on your head, like a hat. Wear someone else's skull as a hat. That's badass.
I am putting Feather in between mine and Reaver's hands, and I am
Okay.
holding Grumble's hand.
Oh god, Feather's gonna yell at me too now. Great.
As soon as you
That was
touch the
gonna happen
necklace,
regardless.
you absolute fucking I'm joking. It's like the Howler in Harry Potter 2. Ronald Weasley!
You put your name in the goblet of fire, he said calmly.
Michael Gambon being Irish and speaking that entire sentence didn't come out as a sentence. It just came out as. I was like, I've got uncles that sound like that.
I rolled insight just to have that up. That was a 28.
Okay, so if anybody, again, as we've done a few times with Echo doing this whole thing, where they can do it, if you want to, you can willingly fail, or you can try to roll deception.
I mean, I'm willingly failing.
No, there's no fucking point challenging Echo on this shit.
No, I'm good.
I refer back to you the two things I remember. One, fucking anemone dance, and two, you can't fucking escape Echo's truth.
Unless you're a zombie. If anybody can,
Or I rolled
if
really
anybody
shit.
can, if anybody can age that reference, can date that reference, good on you. That's a real deep cut reference right there, man. Unless you a zombie. Architeuthis, you're the only one who hasn't said if they're gonna willingly fail or not.
Oh,
And I love
14
it.
on deception.
14 on deception.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Before it is revealed that you do lie. As everybody makes contact, Echo, you feel that familiar kind of vibration, that aura from everybody as it rattles around through you. Everybody comes in with honest, maybe not good intentions, but certainly honest intentions, except for one. One vibrates like off key, almost. I would describe it like that. And you can feel that Architeuthis has come in, hasn't said anything deceptive yet, as you're aware, but has certainly come into this with deception in mind.
There's like, there's a pause, and Echo doesn't say anything. It's just the slow.
with no eyes, I might add, folks.
No
With
eyes! Yeah, no eyes. It's just, you can
Stink
feel
holes?
it. You can feel it, and then they turn back. But they don't say anything.
Actually, it is like
Yeah, but
waves
we
with
all-
one of his feet tentacles when you look at him.
I wave my foot tentacle at you, sir.
I imagine we all clock that just happened because we're all in a very tight space together.
So you are all in a tight space together, that is true. Someone will have to remind me, did we agree on what would happen if you were all touching? Would you be able to feel that? That's been quite some time, so I just want to double check. Would they be able to? Would they be able to feel
No.
that? No.
What we've decided is emotions can be transferred that way. The lie detection is just an Echo thing. Otherwise, that would be really kind of OP.
Okay.
It already is.
Yeah.
So
Then-
Like the
the
and
rest
rest
of us
Echo.
get the Echo with sus emotion. We don't get the oh.
Everyone gets a little vibe of, what the fuck? In Alan's
knows?
voice from Smiling Friends.
Right. Okay. Okay, so everybody gets that Echo is like suspicious, but we'll need to rely on Echo to give more. But before that happens, while you all touch, Kymoperious will once again reiterate, now that he's come into this being honest, if I take this up, I don't do it for the sake of gaining more power. I do it for the sake of ensuring the Nine Bodies are a better place. I don't seek power more than I deserve. I don't seek to rule. I don't seek to overthrow and devour every other primordial like the eldest of my siblings. I seek just to ensure that mine are looked after and ensure that any who try to harm them can be stopped. And if I can do that outside of merely the deepest parts of the oceans, then I can better the lives of many other millions of people. And I chose for Kymoperious to willingly fail. He has nothing to hide. He doesn't say that he definitely will be, but those are his most definitely his honest intentions. And Echo is more than able to share that.
Echo will take a second to digest, and then we'll nod and tell him the truth.
Do you want us to repeat ourselves, Echo?
There's gonna be a moment where Echo really wants to turn back towards Architeuthis. But Echo is going to keep himself facing Kymoperious and go, everyone repeating themselves would be helpful.
Then I made an oath to protect you all to the best of my understanding, because I am fallible and stupid. I am grieving the death of Grumble and everyone else on the ship, and I made this choice because I wanted you to still have your home here. I wanted Luz to have the family that they are growing, and I didn't see myself in anything more than slowly becoming more and more confused as I become a wreckborn to my knowledge. So, with what I'm doing already, I made this offer to keep you guys safe. It seems wrong, but I genuinely could not see a way for us to defeat Desmond. So I renounced my claim to eating Taito, but Taito and I cannot exist in the same space. Taito and I will clash forever. I nominate Kymoperious to consume him, because he has the same ideas I have, but he's not as stupid as I am.
Eric, I have to smack this man as immense.
Yeah. For context, he is 22 and not educated.
Oh my god.
This man got on a ship at like 14.
Your character is so aggressively angsty, and in reality, their age is a Taylor Swift song.
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct.
I'm gonna sucker punch you with something real quick.
Yeah.
Because everyone is touching Echo. So you know how when you usually would touch Echo and feel their emotions, and it's a lot of pain and I'm gonna bite you and all that. That's really subdued. So what Reaver especially is getting, especially as Reaver is giving his side of the Nis, Reaver's getting a lot of gentle affection. There is a protectiveness, there is a worry, and there is gentle affection. So congratulations, your emotions are now tainted with that, bitch.
Oh my god, Reaver just got his first taste of genuine affection.
Damn.
Ew.
Yeah, and so everyone else is also getting that. So yeah, we're lie detecting, and also you all are getting good feels.
Everybody's
Congrats.
like, wow, I remember this feeling, and Reaver's just like, I don't trust this. What is this feeling so sudden and new?
Greed, happiness, slam.
Okay, so we have an outright nomination for Kymoperious to take the power and become the true uncontested Primordial of Storms.
Architeuthis
Yeah.
played your case.
Yeah, we have some others who are vying.
I believe the best hands to hold this power are the ones most educated in the follies of those who previously held this power. And I do believe those hands to be me. And my purpose for wielding this is to keep it out of lesser hands.
Now, you did roll for deception, so is it
Yes.
safe to say that in this moment Architeuthis is being deceptive?
I'd say he's leaving shit out.
Okay, I'd say that still falls in the lines of being deceptive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So at that point, Echo, this is where you can absolutely pick up. It's not entirely, oh, that's definitely a lie. It's more like you're not saying everything.
Echo is not that nuanced as of yet, and Echo is going to say point blank liar.
That is a strong accusation. And
It's not an accusation, it's a fact. They are always right. Why are you
You're
lying?
new here.
It's a fact of life. If Echo calls you a liar, you're probably lying. Why are
Perhaps
you
my
lying,
intentions
Architeuthis?
I'm a scholar. Do you know what I could learn? Do you know what could be brought about? What knowledge I could gain from the power of the power and the longevity of a primordial?
Architeuthis, neither point was made to do with scholarly. You don't gain the age of the primordial for knowledge. This is destruction. This was the case I wanted for it. There's no knowledge in storms. There's nature.
And what's to say I couldn't tame the storm?
But why lie?
Kymoperious actively, like,
Because-
his eyes widen, and he looks at you and is like, "It's not something you tame. It's
Someone who
something-
claims to have Sorry, go ahead.
It's something that roils deep within the pit of who you are forever. You will be... For a scholar to seek this particular spark of primordial power. And he's going to narrow his eyes, and you see his eyes go to Reaver. And then his eyes come back to you. And there's a dawn of something behind his eyes as he's going to think back on something that Reaver said when you first brought up the reason that you should get it. And Reaver said, if I can't have it because I'm devoted to another, paraphrasing, but along those lines, then the same stands true for you. And Kymoperious is going to leer towards you and say, from where do you draw your power?
I don't.
Echo's going to grip onto Architeuthis.
multiple tentacles spawn all over his face. It's like Mr. Fantastic trying to hold on to Galactus's hand. Like, you mine.
You know, I have missed the buckle cones. I have missed the buckle cones.
Pat, good luck getting yourself out of this.
I hope you don't mind,
right?
Pat. We did have this discussion.
Sorry.
We did have this discussion before about if certain bits of information came out, this was going to be something we came to.
This is great. We're good.
With it being known that you have, number one, just to give you the information as to what has been said around Kymoperious and why he brings this up now. Number one, Reaver has already said, if I can't get it because I'm bound to another, you can't. So the confirmation that you are, someone supplies your power. Number two, you didn't say, is there a possibility of us binding one of these? You said, what if one already knew how? What if one knew how to bind them? What if one could bind them? Which is information that's only known to two people, as far as Kymoperious knows. So there's suspicion there. What if you're also being deceptive? A scholar seeking out the power of the storm also gives a bit strange. So this is why, this is the points that have now crossed that it makes them go, this needs to be more pressed on. So you have a choice here. You can attempt another deception check. It will be at disadvantage purely for the reason Echo has contact with you and they're already suspicious. You've also now got Kymoperious staring at you and everybody else like, oh shit, something's going down. Or you can tell the truth and throw yourself to the mercy of the party.
I am also releasing Reaver's hand, by the way.
Bearing in mind, as was said when we all had the conversation, when you came in, Pat, whatever consequences come from this. And you are, just for the sake of clarity, you're comfortable with whatever consequences comes from this as a party-wide choice?
Absolutely.
Awesome, fantastic. I just needed to double check those where it can be seen. So, I put it to you, Architeuthis Mari. You have been asked from where your power comes. Will you lie or will you be truthful?
I suppose there's little point in continuing this.
Oh, he's gonna do it.
I, in my studies, made a poor choice. I sought to bring about the religious connection that so many of my peers and family had that I never seemed to be able to manifest in myself. And in doing so, I performed a ritual to connect my mind to that of a god, so that I could feel one and join with them. And it worked, except that a different entity than I intended chose to receive the connection.
Who?
You may know him as the Rotted One, Kriokos.
Everybody here would be familiar with the name Kriokos from dealing with previous party member Ariel. You also would know Kriokos to be the one directly behind this being, who, as far as you're aware, is only known as the Father.
I just want to be clear. Kriokos also has something out for us, doesn't he? Like, aren't we?
I think it's more the other way round, Marisol.
I just figured if we were hunting him, he probably figured it out by now.
That's... Yeah,
I think it's easier to make a list of which primordials aren't putting a bounty out on us at this point. Be a much shorter list. It's like 2.
Pointing to Kymoperious, just like...
3. It's like 3.
So you're not getting a vote. Agreed?
I think we can give them a vote, but I don't think anyone's going to agree with them.
Were you planning on telling us this ever?
Well, to be perfectly honest, I've only known you for about a day.
Excuse me.
Oh well, I've known you, barring you, of course.
So what's your excuse then?
I wished I could say something, but he's in my head.
Alright.
I don't know. There are times I don't know where I end and he begins.
Oh, this is like our specialty. Would you like help?
How would
totally help you out with this one?
insight check that?
That goes so genuine.
Lewis, where's your hand?
Go for it.
The one that was holding me with, like, feather.
Yes.
On tooth?
Yeah.
Cool, so my hand's just gonna, because Rekborn just snapped back to, like, start holding my blade, and just looking at you like, I'm waiting for you to be like, yeah.
Alright. Well, you're not getting the primordial power because fucking Right Boy can go fuck himself, in my opinion. You can tell him I said that.
Yeah, we don't want to make him
I'd
harder
rather-
to kill.
You can feel that roiling in the back of your mind, Architeuthis. You don't need to tell him. He can hear them.
He knows.
Oh,
That makes sense.
Like I said, there's like 3 primordials that don't want to put a bounty on us. So, you know, and that's being generous. But Marisol, do you have any piece you need to speak on this with the orb?
It is a decision I never thought myself to be in. It's a decision I never thought I would have a part in. I didn't think Adelan was a bad idea, but barring the fact that he is far away and we are running out of time, Kymoperious is most likely the best option. He is the most experienced, he knows the most about this power, and we at least have a steady line of communication if and when anything happens.
Kymoperious will look at you, Marisol. Should this be something I do, I intend to mark Echo the way that you have been marked by my sibling, Sahalu. I will be able to communicate with Echo, if they are willing to, of course, as my sibling is able to communicate with you.
May I request a change in your plan, Kymoperious?
For all that Kymoperious is a good bit kinder than their sibling, they're still a primordial, and they will look at you and like, you can certainly request it.
I only want you to only tell Echo how to bind you. I am a fool, and I have made my oath with slaughter. We have someone who's made an oath with rot. Luce is an idiot. And Marisol serves death. The only one who has your best interest and an interest of your people, the people you care about, at the end of the day is Echo. Echo is incorruptible on that fact. I openly admit that is the case, so only Echo should know how to bind you.
You bric-a-brac bastard, my family literally serves him.
I
I love you dearly.
would say for the most part, I don't have any strong feelings for or against him.
I understand the request, but I would encourage you to consider that while Echo is certainly allied to me in whatever part right now, they have a history with my kind, and they may not always wish to be. So others knowing could be of benefit.
We are also a lot of people.
Good point. Then I wish to request the changing of that to being, I don't want myself, and I'm going to look at Architeuthis, or him, to know.
We weren't going to tell you.
Perhaps deserved.
Whoever wishes to know, they are welcome to the knowledge. There is a scroll that we have within our libraries. There is only one of these left.
Can I... This is up to you, Bran, by history. Because I remember...
Because you
During
were
the
there when
lessons-
Architeuthis flung
Yes.
it into the geyser.
Yes! I'm gonna now look at
oh, wait,
Architeuthis.
hold on. Is there enough for that to draw a reasonable conclusion?
So my argument, and this is, I'll give you the logic brain of the
Uh-huh.
idiot that is Reaver. I witnessed the literal burning.
Okay, so let's be clear on that. You've witnessed the destruction of a scroll.
Yes, correct. No, that's what I mean.
Right.
Yeah. So, like,
Okay.
I witnessed that. I did sparring where Architeuthis informed me he served someone else, and he's like, hey, he has to do what they're bidding.
Yeah.
I
okay.
know Kriokos is a piece of shit.
Yes, true.
I also know that Architeuthis knows how to bind a fucking Primordial. I know Architeuthis wanted to go to the library
How do you know that he knows how to bind a primordial?
because of his
He knows
wording
the
of what if
idea
someone already
of
knew the book.
binding.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
yes. The exact same reason that
Yeah.
Kymoperious
Yep, okay.
was. Yep, okay. Awesome.
And I also then knew Kymoperious
you
was
know
like,
that he,
ha,
you know that he went to the
sus.
library, and
Yes.
and another thing, well, you're just reminding me of that as well. You know that the dragon turtle wanted to speak to him.
Yes.
You
Correct.
know they were looking for him because, yeah, okay. Pat, I know this session seems to be going to hell in a handbasket for you, but I'm going to say as a DM that seems to be enough information
That's
that
fair.
I would let
Yeah.
him make the history check. Okay, Reaver,
Yeah,
so make
absolutely.
me the history check, Reaver, and then based on the history check, I'll need a... It's not really the best one, but let's call it insight to kind of put everything together, okay?
Yeah.
You're currently Charlie from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. You've got the board. Let's see if you can make the board make sense. What's
15
the-
and 16 in order.
Okay.
15 history, 16 insight.
I will give you this straight away. For the history check, what I was looking for was a 13, so you're good on that
Yep.
one. And with the insight check to put them together for Reaver specifically, I was like, it's going to have to be a little bit higher than the history check. So I was looking for a 15. So that is going to be a double done. It's going to be a double success. Reaver, as this is said, and this all comes into place, like, you know, there's this scroll, there's only one of it. Everything goes boom, 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 and for like just there's like every now and again it's like you know, like we always make the joke about Amy that, like, you know, every now and again she says something that's just so breakingly funny that you just fall apart. But
Yeah.
every other time she's not really got that great a sense of humor. It's like this is like that with you. Every now and again your mind just puts everything all into this place where it's all just like, I see the big picture, and it all just kind of whoosh comes into place.
Okay.
And I would say, alongside Pat also saying, yep, that's absolutely cool, it's all been done, everything's kind of fell into place, everything's been found out, I would say that Reaver, you are able to put it all into place. That yes, there was only one scroll, and chances are there is not only one scroll anymore, chances are there's no scroll.
Because I'm still attached to Echo, so Echo will feel the stress of, oh no, and the anger is like, you destroyed it, Architeuthis, didn't you? I watched you destroy it. That's
That
why
you
you
did.
needed me to hide you from the dragon total.
not that wasn't the exact reason, but there was a series of events that led to that. So.
And
So it's gone?
Kymoperious will speak, and this time it's not like there's like he almost sounds like Title, and he says, "That is not a denial."
No, it was not.
There is like when the air gets thick before thunder rolls in? There's like that, but it's like a building of pressure around you all. You have fallen prey to the exact reason why Kriokos fell from his purpose. You have given exactly what he needs. Congratulations. You are now the only mortal besides my closest chosen who knows this information.
Well, I suspect that makes me rather valuable then.
There is a massive spike of anger that anyone who is still touching Echo can feel, and where the buckle cones are still kind of wrapped around Architeuthis' arms, can start to feel teeth scraping against skin. Not quite biting down, but those multiple rows of teeth are like, what if we just took a little nibble?
There's a really, really tense moment before Kymoperious laughs. And it's that real kind of like sarcastic anger laugh. I will never understand the hubris of mortality. You've solidified that you have no value. He's in your head. He sees it all. You've done what he needs. What reason has he got to keep you?
Well, I'm still here.
Because you are chum to him. You are nothing. Yeah, no, that would be disingenuous. You are fertilizer. You are the scum on the bottom that his weakest pawns feed on. You've given him exactly what is needed. Now tell me, if I were to strike you down right now, which I am very much in a mind to do, what would he do about it? To the one who gave him everything, what would he do? Ask him. Ask him now if he'll save you.
I don't need to ask him because I can tell you he wouldn't do a damned thing.
Then why give him what he wants?
Because he's in my head. I'm damned if I do. I'm damned if I don't. He knows where I am. He knows my thoughts. He lives in here. Should he wish to strike me dead, I am dead. Should you wish to strike me dead, I am dead.
Welcome to the club.
Before we step into the next part of this conversation, I want to point out two things. One of them is going to be for the general party to understand. One of them is going to be for me and yourself, Pat.
Mm-hmm.
We find ourselves at a point where tensions are high in character. As a party, we've already had the discussions of this particular storyline, what can play out. We're all good, but in character, there's a lot of tension here. But there's a lot of similarity. Archie, Echo, and Reaver all kind of existing in the same little spot right now, which is weird Because Reaver and Echo are the ones with the most anger towards Archie right now. And it's like, fuck, we're kind of the same. Ah, shit, fuck, Echo, maybe not so much as the other two, but the other two definitely, fuck.
Yeah, no, that's why I've told him like that. I see what you did, but there's one difference.
Pat, because of something you've said there, depending on the next conversational pattern, as I've done with the party members before, I would like to make you aware that going forward, there is the possibility of potential subclass or class effects. If any stats need to be rejigged around, that can be talked about. But knowing that that is a possibility going, depending on what you say in this conversation, are you good with the potential that a change could come from this?
Absolutely.
I always like to double check, even though I've said it time and time again, and Kyle's turned around and went, dude, if you turn around at one point and tell me I'm a rogue, fuck it, I'm a rogue, we ball. But, you know, I always like to just double check in every instance that it could possibly happen. Echo, what's up?
Could we take a break?
I was about to say, before we do go further, I wanted to just double check. We are at our 2-hour mark, so I do want to say that given that information, that we are good with what goes forward, I think now would be a good time for a break. Take a quick 15 minutes. We'll chat behind the scenes, and then we'll go forward from here. To find out what lies in store for Architeuthis, is it change, is it acceptance, or is it the executioner's block? You're going to want to stick around, and in 15 minutes we'll find out. It's definitely got way more tension than I thought this episode was going to have. Don't go anywhere, folks, and we'll be right back in 15 minutes.
All right.
Hello everybody, we are back for part 2 of our lovely session of Fathoms Below. Before we went into our break, the cap had come off. It has been revealed that Architeuthis was in fact working for Kriokos all along, and a couple of things have been pointed out. One, it's been made very aware, and Architeuthis is also very aware of this and has been for some time, that Kriokos is perhaps not quite the benevolent benefactor that he thought originally, and is in fact quite willing to throw him to the fishes, so it would seem. Number 2. Well, 2 members of the party were originally baying for Architeuthis' blood at this reveal. Lines of similarity that are perhaps a little too close to the heart have been drawn here. As Architeuthis has conveyed, I am very aware that he does not need me, or even relatively care about me. But to quote Architeuthis, I'm damned if I do, and damned if I don't. And just to reiterate, for anybody that joined during the break, it has been conversed several times now, behind the scenes and on camera with this party, and with the player, Pat, that whatever happens here is absolutely fine to happen, and as long as it follows a natural path of consequences, everybody in the party is entirely comfortable with everything up to and including, you know, murking a player and Pat coming in with a new character out of the blue somewhere. Literally, out of the blue, because we're in the ocean. Way. So just so everybody's aware, because it has been quite tense up to this, any tension here is entirely through acting and through characters. The party has had these conversations more times than we care to remember at this point. So any tension you do feel, please know that everything has been discussed and we are all comfortable with what is going to happen going forward, whatever that option may be. Okay, cool. Need to be able to make sure I can breathe for this next bit. Okay. So, before we left off, Architeuthis, you had said very literally the words, I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't. Kymoperious has pointed out to you that Kriokos massively failed in what his purpose was meant to be. So devastatingly, in fact, that his purpose warped. Supposed to be something that he is not anymore, and now he is bringing others to fall just as he did. He's pointed out that, well, you stated, oh, so this puts me as a little bit of value. He has pointed out that no, if anything, it points out your lack of value. He doesn't need you. He doesn't need you to deliver the information to him. He's got it. It's in your mind, therefore he's got it. He's got not only, and again to reiterate what's on that scroll, Kymoperious hasn't said what else is on it, but you've seen the scroll, so you know it not only tells you how to bind a primordial, it also tells you how to remove the bindings of a primordial. Meaning that Kriokos has the information he needs to potentially reach in and free Alnan. But we continue from where we are right now. As Kriokos is here. God damn it! Tentacle motherfucker. No, as Kymoperious looms over at this point, like he floats like right up to you. All 10 fucking feet of him towering over you. You have risked everything for him, and he will give you nothing for it. I would not rely on having whatever he gave you for long. My brother has never been very good at keeping a hold of his broken toys. He will float back and say nothing else. Kriokos, I believe there was something you wanted to say.
Liz Architeuthis got to respond to that.
Oh, I suppose actually that's a very fair point. Architeuthis, do you have a response to that statement?
I think I've said it. Like he's just mulling it over. Like he doesn't. There's nothing to be. He's said everything he can say. He's in a shit spot, and he's done all. He's just doing what he can to survive at this point.
Okay.
He can't hide from Kriokos. Kriokos lives here. Disobeying him. What? It's the Lord of Rot. What am I supposed to do against that?
Very fair.
May I? This question is to Diamond specifically. May I do a thing real quick before we go back to the orb?
Have fun.
So, Echo is going to fully let go of Architeuthis. Buckle cones pulling back in and everything. You don't have teeth grazing your arm anymore. You're good.
Rubbing the spot.
Nothing was damaged. It's just like a little slimy. You have a slimy arm. And Echo's gonna look between Reaver and Architeuthis. And Echo is going to hold one hand out to each of them.
Architeuthis is like reaching for it, but also like eyeing everyone around like he's. I'm just like, okay, I'm just aware that this situation can blow up at any second, and
I will keep the semi-inverted arm on the blade and give the other hand to Echo. I'm still looking at Architeuthis with the simple like, you can run, you won't escape.
So the first thing that hits both of you as you both take one of Echo's hands is calm. They are extremely calm. And there's a moment of silence for when they look up and they're smiling. They're smiling at the both of you. I love how uncomfortable this is making Io and Reaver. I love the.
Yeah, correct. Continue.
You both are in the same situation. Am I wrong? Looking between the two of them.
well, I'm not sure of the particulars of Reaver's predicament, but I'll go for your word.
Echo is right. We just have different reasons.
And if we're reading this correctly, we're both having some regrets.
Yes, and I'm hesitating because I'm like expecting to instantly rot and die if I admit that out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Regrets are too simple. I am just feeling lost.
So I think it's about time you were found. And we're really good at finding things. That is directed fully at Reaver, and then Echo turns towards Architeuthis. We're also really good at not being found. So why don't we fix what both of you started? You both have now made pacts with very unfortunate entities. Kind of like tilting their head towards Reaver, like, given that you ripped a luck stone out of my body, having a lot of feelings about the one you've ended up with. And then towards Architeuthis, and given that you have destroyed an incredibly priceless scroll that belongs to the people I didn't know I had until this past week, I'm also having a lot of feelings on this front. But we have done so much worse. We have spent so many years being someone else's pawn, killing so many people that were close to us, becoming them, actually. Architeuthis, the reason we can help you with the voice inside your head is because we have hundreds of them. We are made up of hundreds of people, not just one. You both think there is no way out. You think you've backed yourselves into a corner. You think that you are going to die, that you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. That orb over there was Taito. Remember when we all thought that we couldn't take him down? Looking towards Reaver. You wanted to. You were gonna go in alone swinging. But look at it. There's your original problem. Right there. In an orb. Doesn't look so invincible now, does it? Architeuthis, are you dead? Sound off.
Not as of yet.
Awesome. I am. I'm very dead. I've been dead a lot of times over. The lich that is in the necklace is also dead. So just because Kriokos could kill you doesn't mean that that's necessarily the end either. But you're also not dead. So you have a shot. Both of you have a shot. Always have. That's what everyone gesturing to Luce, gesturing to Marisol keeps trying to tell you. So maybe instead of lying to our faces and trying to get away with it, very pointedly directed her to do this. And then towards Reaver. And making very big deals with people we all hate. We could actually just face our issues for a second. You need to break off your deal. You need to break off your deal. We can't guarantee it won't kill you. But it will if you stay. And it'll kill a whole lot more people, us included.
I'm gonna roll something. As Echo says that, Architeuthis, in the back of your mind, you hear, "Is that true, Architeuthis? Do you have to remove yourself from our bond? Are they correct?"
In this gesture, they have shown me more trust and more care than you ever have. All you've ever done is confuse me, cloud me. My life is in your hands. But I'm turning away from you.
Okay. As this is going on in your mind, Echo, is there anything else that you want to add to what was said? I mean, from like anything else you wanted to add to what you were saying?
The last thing is going to be directed specifically at Reaver, and is going to be directed with a squeeze of the hand. It's going to be very soft. Don't let Desmond take you from me. And that is it.
Okay. Reaver, any response to that before we go to Luce and what they want to say about the orb?
Not at this moment, because I don't want to take up too much more time on this point. I want to get the other ones to go through, and then I can even do the thing later on.
Then on that Kymoperious, we'll turn to the others. We'll turn to Luce and we'll turn to Marisol, and we'll say, where do you stand on what we are here to discuss? Luce?
What does what does a storm feel like when it's not underwater? I've never been above on the surface or all that. I know what it feels like in the nine bodies. I know whenever the waves start feeling a little bit muggy because the temperature changes. I've seen lightning through it's like kaleidoscope effect whenever I've swam like a little bit higher in Whale Watch when I was there and met Koldo when I was younger. Like, I remember seeing the strike, the way that it hit something, and it was almost like, I don't know how to describe it. It was different. I know what it's like whenever the waves get restless, and then we would always hear from people coming back in the tide of they found something from a shipwreck, from a bad storm. I've heard people talk about I've heard thunder before, but it's muffled, I think, probably, because it's so frightening when you're young, when you're little, and there's this giant crash, and then everything changes, and the water's a little bit too thick. But I've never seen it on the surface, and I've never felt it on the surface.
Kymoperious will turn his head up towards the surface, far, 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 far above you guys. And we'll say, their storms are not ours. Our storms are different to theirs. I do not even know if there is a being like me for the surface world.
There is, but I'm not versed in it. We focused on the below.
But then Feather will talk, and Feather will say, it feels like it does beneath the waves, but there's nothing to buffer it. When the underwater currents of a storm hit you, they almost move around you. The storms on the surface don't feel like that. The wind bites, the wind, it's less like it goes around you and more like it goes through you. And the lightning doesn't come from all around you, it comes from only one place, it comes from above, but there's nothing to stop it from getting to you, especially not when you're on a ship. the thunder is less like a distant rumble and more like a crack in your ear. Tears the sky apart. Then you have the waves, and then you have the no solid ground beneath your feet. Storms above the surface are certainly more eventful than the ones down here. But the ones down here are raw. You can see a storm above the surface. You can't see a storm beneath the waves.
I want to be like a storm sometimes. I want to be this powerful force that can never be contained into one place, that can just tear and wreck through whatever's in its path and bolster itself with whatever's around it and catch just the perfect timing of what needs to happen in that moment to make sure that my job is done. I want nothing more than to have that power as mine. Pointing to the orb formerly known as Taito. I could do it better than Taito could, because I'm honest with myself. And I also don't trust Primordials, and I don't trust gods. No offense to you, Kymoperious. I respect you greatly, and fear you greatly, by the way. You have never met a human you have never met a mortal more afraid of Primordials than me, most likely.
He seems very, very, like, kind of like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, he seems fairly apologetic about you saying that you're scared of him.
Deep respect for anything that could just kill me in an instant, because I've heard it happen to somebody, so, you know, it just, they came back, sadly. But I want nothing more than to be like that. I want nothing more than to take that power and make it mine, and to become something more in the Glimmertide legacy, and rub it in the faces of anybody who doubted me as being legitimate to this claim. But that ain't right for me, maybe. Granted, I'll take it over Architeuthis, because he got some his shit to work on. I'll take it over Reaver, because my Archie, bric-a-brac bastard-in-law, I love you dearly, like a brother to me, but like, you got a lot to work on. Like, I would take it in a heartbeat and a half. And it would be a beautiful storm, dancing to its own rhythm. And it would be torrential. And hurricanes would be sonnets at a point. Spinning and circling and making sure that the waves are never at peace in certain areas where they need a little bit more lively nature. But that's not what I'm probably suited for. I don't know. I would love it. Love dearly. But it's also, I'm terrified of it because I'm supposed to be. I'm 80 years old. I'm barely even an adult by elven standards. My daddy's an idiot. My uncle-in-law's a dick. My cousin's a bastard. I hope my aunt's cool. And my great-grandpappy's dead, but not dead. Like, and Mama's somewhere doing some wizardry fuck shit, most likely. God knows. Whichever god or motioning to Kymoperious, Primordial, for that matter, she might be being nosy with. But I would take it in a heartbeat. I'd rather make sure that there's other options. Because, like Reaver said, I am an idiot.
When you say that, because I've not heard Feather's perspective, I'm going to actually let go of the blades and put Grumble's hand on your shoulder. To me, I can see you already are a storm to some people. and I can happily explain that to you later.
After we
You already
settle
have
the
it.
title, or maybe.
Yeah, no, it's like yeah, it's more like just letting like the company like, hey, I want this. Like, you already are this to people, in my opinion.
Maybe I just also wish that Taito could have appreciated the fact of what his domain was. I appreciated what his domain was before he started doing fuck shit with it. And interrupting my life, basically. Because he got a goddamn grudge. What? Your brother couldn't handle grudges very well, apparently. And couldn't handle slights very well, apparently.
It's not something
But-
my family has a good track record with.
I've noticed. Like, I think the nicest among you has been, like, you, Sahalu, possibly, because Marisol seems to like her, and then Kahamno. And I talked to him on accident. Like, it... So if you feel like you're ready for that burden to take on your brother in that way, sure. Just know that I'll take it. It's not a good choice, but it's a choice. It's a terrifying one. So you have a plan B, at least. My family seems to really like you. But you are terrifying in, like, the best kind of way. It was really cool how you, like, turned into all back dragon and you did all the fighting stuff. Big fan. Still terrified.
Do you have
There is-
wizards?
Do I have wizards?
Sorry, this sounds dumb, but do you have... Feather could teleport us through magic, is my understanding. Do you have those with that power in your enclave? We know where Drift is.
I have people who are capable of teleporting. Yes. There are certainly those within my order who are powerful enough to do such a thing.
Then I further Luce's point again of Atalan. We know where he is. We can give him that power. A just ruler for a just sword.
He was the last true king, last true hero of his time. He's also very stubborn and very mad that some people weren't taught proper elven history. He's also old as shit.
Atalan was, in many cases, the ideal choice. But I do not think he would take what he has already turned down before.
The fuck you mean I was almost related to a goddamn... Why is my family like this?
Before
Before
Atalan fought Aunum, he managed to destroy Aunum's physical form.
Wait, he won?
The first time, yes. And then he was given the decision that you are all being given now. The choice to either take what nobody else was willing to, become a being of pure destruction. Take on that much power, and much like myself, he worried that that would make him just like Aunum. He decided not to do it. He decided to face Aunum down a second time and bind him. And that's what he did.
Did you offer him Alnin's power? Then...
It wasn't me that offered it. It was somebody with more right.
Was it his sister?
No.
Alright.
By that I mean it was my eldest brother. That would be Koko Awari, the Lord of the Tides, the husband of Hamwana, the Lady of the Tides. They're the two mist whales.
Yes.
He offered.
Right.
He offered the choice, and Atalan said that he was not willing to have that much power.
Alright, so he's lost cause. Alright, you got two options then. You swallow it, or plan B. Plan C is you and the trusted ones who know how to bind something. We try to bind Tyto whenever he comes back. At dawn tomorrow. I would like to not do plan C. I think Tyto will in fact kill us.
Kymoperious will turn his eyes towards you. Marisol was the last person who is to give their opinion. You are muted, my sibling in Skadi. You are muted.
I have unmuted. There are not a lot of wonderful options in front of us. I don't think everybody is perfectly happy with how things are going. But I think that amongst all the options we have, you taking this power is the best shot at keeping everything in balance. And as someone who has had their life destroyed by people who have gone crazy seeking power, I promise you that I will personally find you and bind you. I don't care if I have to tie that one to a chair until he writes the ritual down, not let him move until he has scribed it so that I can do it to you. I will not let you get to that state.
I will hold you to that.
Good. And no offense, Architeuthis, I do believe we would probably come to an understanding before that.
Fair enough.
Kymoperious is going to turn his eyes to you, Architeuthis. In return for your life, you will scribe down everything you can remember from what you destroyed. This is not a discussion.
Very, very well.
In the back of your mind, very vigorous squirming. Kriokos is not a fan of that. It is very much a non-verbal warning. You have already
I know
said...
I've been this crass with you before, but if you're gonna do it shit or get off the pot.
You will come to regret this. And Architeuthis, the moment. So just to clarify, you are definitely on the path of like, yep, I understand. I've been taken for a ride. I will write down what I know from what I destroyed. You are adamant that you will uphold that.
Yes.
Cold, but like numbing cold, not like, you know, painful stabbing cold. That kind of cold that comes on and then just fades away into like a numbingness, goes right down you. It causes your body to spasm. You feel gaps in your mind start to appear. Things that you knew disappear. Arcane knowledge that you once held so close to your chest suddenly fades from your mind, grasping desperately at the straws of it as everything that Kriokos gave you fades. I now put this option to you. Not Architeuthis, to Pat. There are 3 paths ahead of you. 1, you can move your charisma. Oh wait, no. The first one wouldn't move your charisma. Sorry about that. The first path and the immediate one that we spoke about, from my mind, the easiest one would have been moving to being somebody whose mind has a permanent touch of this being left in it. You would continue on as someone who has a dark spot in their mind, but because of that dark spot there, they have magical energy that is otherworldly in nature. The second option would be a more divine sense, a celestial, quote-unquote, hand reaching in and stopping the worst of it coming into effect and giving you divine power. Your charisma score would swap places with your wisdom score for this, and you would move from being a warlock to a cleric. Or the other one, which would require some help. Everything is stripped from you. Every bit of knowledge that Kriokos gave to you, that has already been done. But not only that, you are left as nothing but the basis of what you are. Your very life essence also beginning to rot away. But one of your party members can intercede on your behalf, and that would be your step into the combination wizard subclass that you offered. At which point your charisma would swap with your intelligence.
Gotcha.
So, options available to you: sorcerer, cleric, or wizard. I put.
Let's look at door number 3.
You're wanting to go with wizard.
Yep.
Okay. The effects of a warlock pact being dissolved, broken, shattered, whatever way you want to put it, is cataclysmic. It is an effect that shatters and vibrates all the way through your body, your mind, your soul, your very being, deepest, like right down at your center of self. On every dimensional level, you feel torn, ripped, pulled, stretched, whatever way you want to describe it. Your entire essence is unraveled, pulled apart. Every atom pulled into shreds so that Kriokos can take back every little bit of what he gave you. You feel that rot, that necrotic bite claw its way through your mind, rotting away the memories of the knowledge you gained from him. You feel every eldritch blast, every single aspect of what he gave you, the parts of your tongue which changed and warped so you could speak every single language, literally feeling it peeled back off of your tongue as it rots away. The parts of your ears that were affected so you could understand the languages that came to you, you feel them grow cold, wither, burn, die. Everything that
He was screaming this entire time.
Oh, absolutely. We are talking end stage necrosis but from beginning to finish, in the space of 30 seconds. We are talking initial layer tissue death, feeling as if it is full body tissue death, as everything he's given you stripped away. This is like one of those, you should be screaming. You should be tearing people's eardrums with the shriek coming out of your mouth. But because he's tearing at your vocal cords to take back what he gave you, you can't make a sound. By now, your pituitary gland would be working overtime to funnel your body with endorphins so that you don't feel pain. But he gave you your resilience, so that's not working either. He's dragging you through hellfire and brimstone, and he's keeping you sentient and sapient to experience it all at the same time.
But he's not going through it alone.
But he's not going through it alone, you're very correct.
Yeah, that was going to be my question. Like, can we feel this?
Echo.
As we've already explained through the process at Echo's touch, you don't feel every aspect of it the way Echo does. I believe how it was initially discussed is when you're all touching Echo, you can feel when Echo feels an emotional shift, but you don't feel the physicality, you don't feel what the emotional shift means, like Echo does. So Echo can also feel this.
What I will say with all of this, as Echo has witnessed the severing of things before, not like this, very much so not like this. What Echo is going to try to do is two things simultaneously. One, they're going to use a spell.
Okay.
And
this is what I was talking about with the, for this to fall into effect, you would need some help.
Echo is going to use a spell, and the spell is going to be Aura of Vitality, to have that already around. But the other thing is, what Echo is going to do is, Echo has a lot more control over how they experience pain. And so Echo is going to do their best to take Architeuthis' pain and filter it through them, so that what Architeuthis is feeling when it comes from them is muted, is dulled. There's no way in hell that they're going to be able to take anywhere near all of it, or that they're going to be able to dull it to a point that's even pleasant remotely, but they're just trying to take the slightest edge off, and they're trying to filter back in, yeah, someone's ripping you apart, but anchor point.
So half and half of that can certainly happen. The anchor point can definitely, through the mind-numbing, body-altering pain that is currently racking Architeuthis apart, Architeuthis can certainly, feel that there is somebody else there. There's somebody else experiencing that, and that's something to... In this worst part, they're not alone. But to use a very Scottish saying about it, the amount of quote-unquote painkiller you can give doesn't even touch the sides. It's like if somebody's firing blasts at you that take off 100 damage every shot, and you get a shield of 1.
Yep.
It's not really a shield, is it? You are talking divine. You're talking 11th level power word pain. Like, this is what's coming at this. This is completely. This is the Cruciatus curse. This is all of that horrible shenanigans right there. So certainly, I will certainly say you can create the anchor point. 100%, absolutely. Numbing pain, I'm going to say, definitely part of what Echo would attempt to do. Definitely not going to work.
Yeah, no, that's all they're attempting to do.
Or to be very clear, definitely not going to work in a noticeable amount. I'm not saying you do nothing. I'm saying what you do is negligible to what is being done.
Yeah.
Is there any sign of disease in this change? Because it's to do with grot and decay, so Kriokos, I'm wondering.
I would say aesthetically, there's probably brief glimpses of it. Like, you would probably see like almost like a roiling mass move over Architeuthis' tongue as his mouth is wide open, screaming. Well, silently screaming. But it's like it fluctuates, black veins. It goes white and dead, dying within the blink of an eye, and then fades away. And that spreads all over him. That spreads to, I'd say, even going so far to the point of like, if they had fingernails, you know, you would see them actively fall off and then regrow. Like, you know, we're talking that quick.
Okay.
As
So
everything that Kriokos gave them is stripped from them.
okay, and this happens over 30 seconds.
Over the course of 30 seconds, everything gets ripped away from them.
Okay.
Architeuthis.
Don't know if it will do anything. I don't have the time to speak out loud to Echo, but A, paladins are immune to disease. B, I have lay on hands. So once I see Echo attempt to help, I will then dump my entire lay of hands pull into Architeuthis to basically cure any disease that sticks into him, even if
Absolutely.
it's temporary.
You're definitely able to do that. I will say in doing that, you dump it into him, you don't feel like there's a disease settling in. So it'll just bounce back to you. It does not work because there is no disease to cure.
Okay.
This is like inflict wounds. You can't you know, stop inflict wounds from working by going, nope, no disease. That's essentially what's happening.
Pat, I tried. I'm sorry, buddy.
Listen, it's absolutely great. By all means, Marisol, go ahead.
I was gonna say, would casting Sanctuary on Pat do anything at this point to help stop it?
You can certainly try.
Fuck it, why not?
Fuck it.
I love that
why
we're all
not?
giving the collective middle finger to Kriokos as Kriokos is leaving, and we're all like, "You're gonna make this suck, but we're gonna fuck you up every step of the way."
My favorite thing about this is this guy fucked us over. This guy could have really wrecked the world. Kriokos, yeah, well, I'm just gonna fucking wreck him. Everybody, oh no, we hate Kriokos. We hate you more than we hate this guy. So we're gonna collectively stand by the guy we kind of marginally hate, just to put a hiccup in your day. Like,
Listen, Echo made a solid point. He's me. I don't want him to suffer. Literally the point of why I made a shitty deal.
okay, you ward.
I hate Kriokos, and Kriokos has made this man's life hell. We're on the same side now, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, I'm gonna say right now, I've just read the effects of Sanctuary. This is not a spell or an attack.
Yeah,
This is for lack of a better way of saying it, it's a special action. That's about the best way you can really side this up. So again, you cast Sanctuary, it has no effect. Nothing seems to stop.
Okay. Worth a shot.
Luce, everybody else has had a shot. Would you like to try something? Do you want
Do you want me to try to knock him out?
Honestly, well, yeah.
You know what?
you know
Good old fire.
You want me to just knock you out? Like,
Lush just goes, I have an idea. Picks up Reaver's helmet and just whacks you in the head with it repeatedly.
I can't take you out in one shot, so I can't knock you unconscious in one shot, sadly, or else I would.
I mean, right now,
I
I think you can knock me over with a feather. Not that feather, but.
Oh, okay, cool. I got it. Garrots him using feather.
I mean,
So feather feels included. Actually, that's just what I'll do. I'm just gonna poke you with Feather's phylactery.
oh no.
Oh.
You wanted me to be involved in this. That's all I got. I ain't got magic.
You should touch Feather's phylactery to him. Feather just drops to the ground screaming, "What the fuck?"
Okay, then I won't touch you with Feather's phylactery.
Out of nowhere, Feather's just like, "What the fuck? What?" Yeah, realistically, I mean, he's not. His health is not being depleted, so you would be standing there repeatedly beating him with something to knock him out non-lethally. unless you want to spend the time doing like 19 attack rolls one after the other. I don't think I'm going to be very real. Luce is too magically dumb to do anything about this.
Seconds.
Marisol's got this. It's fine.
Marisol almost had this.
Yeah, if Marisol tried to contribute, that was Luce trying to contribute. We are a couple. That's how that works. Echo's involved. Echo's got this.
But what I will say on this, that in my head I'd said I was going to do this because Echo was jumping out of this. Everybody else jumped in of their own regard as well, so the fair point to do would be to do this for everybody else. Everybody that helped here, I would like you to do me a favour. Pick an ability check. Pick one ability check. Justify how it is helpful. And you can do anything as long as you can tell to me how it presents to Architeuthis that anchor that Echo has made. How it presents that is a grounding point. How it lets Architeuthis know, hold on. As long as you can justify it to me, I'm going to let you guys roll whatever you want. And I will say, as was said, if Marisol's helping, Luce is helping. So Luce, I'll also allow you to make the roll. I'm not going to let Feather make the roll though, because he is, in fact, a necklace. He is currently jewellery.
He's in the safety teddies.
It's the safest place to be. AC 18.
Yes.
AC
19.
18. AC 18 per teddy.
19. I have an AC of 19. Excuse you.
Excuse me, how dare I be incorrect? AC of 19 per teddy.
Yes.
So Selkie, we'll start with you. You're the one that's projected this anchor. Echo, what are you using to project this anchor?
Absolutely using insight. All Echo has been doing has been reading people for fucking filth, has been reading Kriokos for filth, has been reading Desmond for filth, has been reading Reaver for filth, Architeuthis for filth. It's been the whole thing, and Echo is finally at a point where they're like, you know what? You listen to reason too. What I understand, you understand. And is giving that, it kind of, in my mind, goes with the emotional tie as well. Echo is projecting that calm. Echo is projecting that assurance. And though Echo cannot take away even a minute fraction of the pain, they can still add. And what they are feeling, they are very sure of. And so it's that will, that protectiveness, that surety that they're attaching.
Okay. Fantastic. Then in that case, Echo, I invite you to please roll that insight check and then hold the number for me. Reaver, what are you using?
I only have one option, and it's intimidation.
Okay. How are you intimidating Architeuthis to hold on?
Oh, it's very simple. It's, I am Slaughter now. I have suffered this way, and I'm still going by one choice or the other. You want to be better, like we had in that conversation when we had the test. Like, you want to do better? Fine, let's do it. But we're going to suffer together, as I'm just going to hold him and go, we're not done with this. And just keep, even if it keeps going back, I'm just going to keep throwing the laying hands in and just like, I can't rage, but that's the one I really want to do, because if I rage, problems. So intimidation is the one I go for.
Okay. Roll me your intimidation check. Marisol, what are you using?
Well, insight was the one I was gonna do, but so otherwise, I guess I'll
do the same.
Okay.
Just.
I think it. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think you were going to do exactly what I was going to ask. All you have to do, you can all roll the exact same thing if you want to. You just have to justify to me why what you're using makes sense.
Well, I think it's insight into the fact that Architeuthis has spent a lot of time talking about the fact that he is a scholar and that he likes knowledge, and the pursuit of knowledge is its own reward. He can do that. He can find that with us. He does not need this tricky primordial backing him, and there's already a vast array of things that he has learned with us, from us, and that we've learned from him without his help.
Okay. Roll me your insight check, and then hold on to the number. Luce, what would you like to roll, and how are you justifying it?
History.
Awesome. Cool.
Knew it.
How are you using history?
Because an archaeologist is watching a scholar go fucking through it.
Okay.
We both studied shit. I don't know. There's maybe something interesting I know that can entice him to make it through this.
Okay. So using a combined love of a similar subject to coax him into this, to coax him to sticking around. Okay, cool.
Yes.
I can dig that. I can get behind that. Okay. Nope, I need that one. I need that one. Where are you? I need that one. What's this? I need that one. I don't need that one. Cool. Awesome. I'm going to write on this big old bit of paper right here a number. I'm also going to write another number, which I have rolled as a contribution from Kymoperious. Just to fuck over his siblings. Small number will be what I added. Big number is the target. Ignore the drawing of the animal here, it's not done yet. Echo. What did you roll in your insight check?
It was a nat 20 for a 29.
29. Okay, cool.
It's the same thing that damned you might save you. I'm hoping.
Okay, let me grab this little pen here just so I can keep a wee note where it may not distract. Reaver, what did you get?
21, so 14 plus my 7. Architeuthis, I can't be the only one getting yelled at. You got to stay around.
Marisol, what did you get?
23, so 15 plus my 8.
Okay. Luce, what did you get?
25, 19 plus 6.
I rolled a 10 in total. It was just a blanket contribution. It was just a flat d20. I rolled down 70. You guys blew it out of the park.
Hell yeah.
We got you, buddy.
Architeuthis,
never wrote this book.
you go through, as I said before, the 9 rings of hell, and you are conscious through every single aspect of it. In 30 seconds, let's go. In 30 seconds, you go through all of this ripping, tearing, pulling, dragging of pain. And then there's an end. Not like the pain stops, but there's something that's pulling you towards it. There's something you can see which stands out, allows you to reach out and grab hold. And as you grab a hold of it, you see the past week of the time you've spent with these people. You see that all flood back in. All of that flood into your senses, all of that flood into... It's almost like it's replacing the ebbing memories that are taken away. It's like it's coming in and pasting over what is now missing. And behind it all, there's a looming presence. No shape, no form, no nothing like that. Just something there. And then, Architeuthis, I'm going to say that you go unconscious. When we next come to play, Architeuthis, you can switch everything around to the wizard class and the subclass that you've chosen. And I will message you after session about some things that are going to come into play there.
Okay.
We are going to end it with that, and we will pick up next session with Kymoperious taking the position as is granted to him. Oh, Echo, yeah?
We have to do one other thing next session as well. At the beginning. We gotta deal with Desmond.
Oh. That's certainly something you can try.
Yep.
But
Yep.
we're going to take our session there. And when we come back next session, we'll be going into Kymoperious taking up that position and the effects that has on the world going forward. I did not see all of this happening, so I expected more. Like, more in that I'd expected to get more points of that done. Not I expected more in the sense of you guys didn't do enough, none of that. But that's where we're going to have to wrap it for today. Thank you very much for everybody that came to see us. And thank you for my players for coming along and joining with us. If you like what you've seen, guys, do follow the channel. Follow us and subscribe on YouTube. If you can throw a subscription to Twitch, hey, do you know what? I'm not above asking for it. Do it. We'll take all the support we can get at this point. It's a new year. We do have a lot of other shows that are coming back, and we do have a lot of shows that are constantly on, so please do keep your eye on the channel and on our social medias, which is World Tree Quests, everywhere you look. I'm actually getting better at posting. I've posted every single day that we've had something planned for 2026, and I intend to keep doing that. I say that knowing that next week it will absolutely fail. But I'm going to try my hardest to be better at that, because I'm terrible at the social media stuff. If you want to see my own personal social medias, you can check me out at Upsall Brands, everywhere. I'm going to pass over to my players to quickly plug themselves, and then that'll be us. So, Kyle, anything that you would like to plug at all very quickly?
Not in the quick interim, there'll be more down the line. If you want to watch previous episodes, if you've kept up, you'll be able to see my socials there, and we'll be working on that for the new year.
Fantastic, thank you very much for that. Danny, anything you'd like to plug very quickly?
Just that you can find me at Lawless Aries Cosplay on TikTok. I haven't posted there in a while, but there should be a new series coming soon, which is going to be me making my own wedding bands. I haven't been behind a jeweler's bench in a couple of years, but I have a wholly new one because someone gifted it to me. You can also find my jewelry at Magpie Finds Jewelry on Etsy. Feel free to go by there and get yourself a little trinket. All proceeds go to getting this little girl a very nice 16th birthday present, which is in the next week.
A great reason to buy some nice jewellery. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, Danny. Pat, anything you want to plug quickly?
You can follow me at Diamond Quality Cosplay on Instagram, Diamond Quality Clips on TikTok. Haven't posted there in a while, but I'm looking to change that very soon. Other than that, I'm trying to do more cons this year, try to be on more streams, and we'll see how that goes. Other than that, I'm all set.
Thank you very much for that, Pat. Definitely go and check those out. Diamond. Anything that you'd like to plug at all, dear?
Hiya, I'm Madness Diamond, but since we're friends now, you can call me Diamond. I use they, she pronouns, they because it's correct, and she because I refuse to correct my mother more than once. You can find me everywhere at Madness Diamond on the social medias that matter to me, which are the ones that I'm on. You can find all of my links in my beacons, which is beacons.ai/Madness Diamond. Find me here on Thursdays playing Melusine, Loose, Glimmertide, etc. The triple class magical idiot who tries her best. She really does. And then if you want to listen to my lovely voice on a podcast, you can check out the Everbright Archive, where we are doing currently Fabula Ultima, where I play Lysandra Agni, Misfortune's Flame, who is a Volpertinger who is totally not narcissist. Just very fire inclined. Pyromancer, if you will. Emphasis on the romancer, because I am a matchmaker and you did match to make a flame. So, but if you want to find me anywhere else, all my links are in that handy dandy bio. And you can find me everywhere at Madness Diamond.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Selkie, is there anything that you would like to plug very quickly?
Hello, I'm Silky. You can find me pretty much everywhere online at Silky Bluebell. You're only gonna find me TTRPG-wise on this stream. So it's a World Tree Quest exclusive at this point. These people are amazing. You should go check out all their other projects. Can speak very, very highly of the Everbright Archive in particular. Can also speak very highly of Magpie Finds. Holy shit, the quality is amazing. And then I could sing praises about everyone, but I will save that for later. But you can actually see me in person performing come this March. More details about that to be on my socials and stuff, but that's about it.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that, Selkie. If that's it from all my players and that's it from me, well then that's it from us. We're going to ignore that little blip. I've been your DM of Doom, Oops All Brands, or World Tree Quest here on Twitch and YouTube, and with me today we have had Just Kyo, we've had Selkie Bluebell, we have had Loyal Series cosplays, we've had Diamond Quality cosplays, and we've had Madness Diamond. From all of us here at World Tree Quest, good night, stay safe. Damn, it's good to be back underwater. Never thought I'd say that. Also, don't pull a finny. Good night, folks. Good